The court, my lady. Morning.
Morning, my lady.
Yes. Nelisiwe, please place the matter on record.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 19th of April, 2022, calling the matter of live Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001, 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. I see Ms. Casey Chambers is here today. Before we proceed with her further evidence or cross-examination, can I find out with the evidence leaders and the new representatives who are on record with regards to what is their state? And I think I saw the correspondence. I don't know. I was told that legal aid has declined legal aid for Ms. Mohojo and Dr. Sikukuni. And the surname is Mavis
Mokhosinyana, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much. And I see there is a notice of appointment of attorneys of record on behalf of Ms. Mohojo. Am I correct, Ms. Mohojo?
Yes, for Musako and Takalani, yes.
Is it for both of you, Dr. Sikukuni and yourself?
Yes, Judge.
So that clears the issue of legal representation on your behalf?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Thank you very much. But does it mean that you and Ms. Mavis, who? Mokhosanyane?
Mokhosinyane is represented by the legal aid.
Okay.
Myself and Dr. Skukuni, Advocate Prof, will be talking to you, will be advising you.
Okay,
Judge.
Thank you very much. Can I hear from the evidence leader and from there the advocate? And I saw there was a hand of Mr. Pichela.
My lady, as far as the advocate regarding Takalani and Museka Home are
I've
concerned,
noted you, Mr. Pichela.
I haven't had any correspondence regarding those, the representative. The same regarding Ms. Mavis Mokhosinyane. I haven't had any correspondence from legal aid in that regard. The only correspondence I had was a notice, SMS and WhatsApp by Mr. Pichela informing me that they will withdraw their representation on behalf of Ethel Mube because of a lack of instructions. That's the only correspondence I received, my lady.
Now, okay, he will clarify us on that. Okay. But what I was trying to say, I saw there is a correspondence. Maybe that correspondence should also be sent to you so that you can also be up to date regarding what is happening.
I would appreciate that, my lady.
Can I first deal with the issue of legal representation of Ms. Mokhojwa, Dr. Sikukuni, and Mavis Mokhosinyane. Is the advocate present? I've heard you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Can we hear your advocate? Is there anybody representing Ms. Mokhojwa and others, Mr. Profi?
Correct, my lady. Apologies for the delay. The load shedding kicked me out of the system. Can my lady hear me?
Yes, continue. I can hear you.
Okay. I just can't see anyone on my screen, but I'm just going to proceed. My lady, I do confirm that as of the weekend, I've been put on brief to represent Dr. Skukukune on behalf of Maseko, Takalani, and then as well as Abushle Binkosi.
if we can ask the attorneys on their behalf just to clear this, to say that they are on record on behalf of Mosego Home and Takalani, because it's not clear there. It's as if they are only representing Ms. Mohojo.
I will do so, my lady, and just confirm the correspondence that she had sent to my lady's clerk. I was under the impression
and the correspondence must also be sent to the evidence leader.
We'll do so, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we ask Ms. Mohojo just to move away from the screen as we continue? Can I hear Mr. Pihlela? Are there any problems? Mr. Pihlela, can you hear me? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, my lady, I can
yes,
hear
my
you.
lady. Yes, my lady. I can hear you very clearly.
Where is Mr. Pihlela? Because I don't hear his response. I don't know whether he's hearing me or what is happening. Okay, as I'm waiting for Mr. Pihlela, can I find out from the evidence leaders, Mr. Late? There is also Ms. Kekana. What is a situation regarding legal representation?
I haven't heard anything regarding legal representation for Ms. Peter Khan.
Can one of you find out as to what is wrong with Mr. Pihlela? Ms. Kekana, are you present? Is it Emily Kekana? In the meantime, can I confirm the legal representation of Takalani and Mosego on behalf of, I think, is it Dorothy Sikukuni, who have dealt with the issue of Ms. Mohojo?
Your Honor, I'm Ms. Maseche. I'm coming from K. Maseche Attorneys. I'm on instructions from Ms. Mohojo, Dr. Sikukuni, and a lady from Ubuhle Benkosi.
Okay, thank you. We have got that on record. Thank you for showing up. I thought Advocate Profi has dealt with that. I just wanted Mrs. Kukuni to confirm this.
My lady, I am being represented by Advocate Profi. And
do you confirm that?
Yes, dear lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Pihlela? You seem to be having problems today. Can somebody check with him? I think he seems to be frozen.
We need to remember that today is a bad day for load shedding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in most part of our country, it's very bad. I can see it's frozen completely.
What are we going to do in this situation? Okay. Mr. Pihlela?
To be able to turn their camera off. It uses a little less bandwidth, so we may get a better quality of sound.
Okay. Well, with the new ones, I'll have a problem, but those that I'm used to, it's not a problem.
Yes, my lady.
Okay. I hope that will assist. Yes, Mr. Pitel.
Yes, my lady. Apologies for that. Can your ladyship hear me properly?
Yes, you are better, much better off now.
Thank you, my lady. Just an update with regard to the application of Ms. Emelike Kana.
Yes.
I think it was also declined by our CCMC.
Yes.
And also, I am withdrawing as the attorney of record for Ms. Ethel Ngube on the basis of lack of instructions. We have discussed the issue with her. She will do an appeal at the office and indicate her reasons for failing to honor some of the appointments that were set. And based on that outcome, I'll then know a way forward. But from now going forward, I'm no longer representing Ms. Ngube. May it please you, my lady.
Yes. Any knowledge regarding the representation of Ms. Mavis Mokosinyane?
I can confirm, my lady, that legal aid was granted for Ms. Mavis Mokosinyane. Unfortunately, I have not been in communication with the attorneys who are appointed to represent her in this matter.
Can you assist us on the basis of the outcome so that they can expedite their appearances, even if they can file a notice of appointment as attorneys of record? From there, we see them like as the others are doing, because I don't want us to start with their evidence while they are not represented. Remember, now we're dealing with.
My lady, I will just...
Yes. I thought I indicated last time that I want us to finish with the evidence that was left behind, so that when we start with evidence from whoever has not yet been represented, so that the person can be, we shouldn't do that without the person being represented.
Yeah, I did send several communications to the office in Kruger's top to request them to indicate who they've appointed. They haven't yet gotten back to me, but I will do follow-ups from the office, from my side.
And this also, is Ethel Ngube available today?
Sure, the situation will still prevail.
Okay. Did I capture you the right way? Do you know why she was at the Legal Aid Board offices today? Did she make a new application, or is she appealing? What is happening?
She has another application that she was making, and she was also informed about this one as well. On a way forward on what she needs to do, her appeal and so on.
Okay. And she might encounter problems because this is not the first time.
So yes,
I just want to check if you can advise her. I'm going to check if she's here today. If not, who is the other person? Miss Karina Morale.
Emily Kekana.
No, there is Karina Morale. I think they are friends or whatever. Because I remember last time when they were phoning one's cell phone, the other one was not picking, but she picked the other one. So if she can convey the message that she must come here so that we can know what her intentions are in the meantime. We don't want to be delayed by her evidence.
That's your ladyship, please.
All right. Miss Kekana, is she here? Mrs. Kekana, are you present? Mr. Late, is it possible to advise her to attend the proceedings because she knows she's not represented yet and she knows that legal aid has declined her application?
I will contact my investigating officer to see if we can get hold of her, my lady.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Just
this
for the
note, we can
purposes
then
of
proceed.
today.
Yes.
Yeah, for the purposes of today, the witness who testifies today will not testify about any of the NGOs.
Yes,
So,
that's why I want to proceed with his evidence. We've got, so far we're left with the problems that we're having with legal representation relates to Ethel Ngube and Emlike Kana. These are the only two people.
as far as I know, my lady.
Yes. Okay. So please contact them so that they should be part of the proceedings. We know what is happening with them. Emlike Kana, we must know as to what is happening regarding when will his legal representative be present, and then so that we can pave the way forward. Thank you very much. Nelisiwe, can you administer the oath to the witness?
Please state your full names and surname for the record.
Good morning. Cassandra Chambers.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No objections.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear, yes.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
You are hereby sworn in. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Chambers. Welcome back. You have been recalled now because at the time you were testifying, Dr. Manamela was not represented. Now her representative requested that you be called for you to be cross-examined regarding your evidence that you placed on record. Thank you very much, Mr. Sibara.
Yes, please, God, my lady. Good morning, Ms. Chambers.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. As you have been informed by the judge, myself and Advocate Makani, we are representing Dr. Manamela, the former director of the Department of Health, Gauteng. I understand you know her very well.
Yes, we had engagements before, that's correct.
Okay. The primary purpose of this questioning, if I may put it that way, Ms. Chambers, is to try and understand any causal or causation which resulted to the death of mental health care users, if there can be any link between the transfers of mental health care use from Life Esidimeni to NGOs and other government hospitals. Are we together?
We are together.
I hold instructions from Dr. Manamela.
Just a second, there is a funny sound. I don't know whether you can also hear it.
Can you hear it, my lady? It seems like a radio at the background.
Yes, can we please switch off radios and the like next to us? These are court proceedings, please.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. No, it's still coming back. I don't know whether it's from your side, Ms. Chambers.
No, not my side, my lady. Sorry, we don't have any sound, no.
Whoever has got a radio with him or her, please switch that off. It is very distracting to these proceedings. Thank you very much, Mr. Sibara.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Chambers, I'm advised by Dr. Manamela that patients who were transferred.
I see. The sound keeps on coming. Let's continue, Mr. Sibara.
Were transferred from Life Esidimeni to NGOs and other government institutions, including CCRC. Are you aware of that?
Yes, we are aware.
You at the time of the transfer a member of SADC. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm still a member at SADC.
And what position do you hold at SADC?
I'm the operations director at the South African Depression and Anxiety Group.
And I noted in your statement that the contract between Life Esidimeni and the Department of Health, Gauteng in particular, was stretching for a period of plus minus 30 years. Is that correct?
That is what was in the documents, yes.
And you have been aware of this contract for some times before it was terminated in 2015. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And during the subsistence of the contract between Life Esidimeni and Gauteng Department of Health, will you agree with me that the department was the sole custodian of mental health care users? However, Life Esidimeni was a service provider.
That is correct.
And the department, at all material times, for the subsistence of the contract, had the best interests of mental health care users to an extent that they incubated them, paid for the services of Life Esidimeni for over a period of 30 years. Is that correct?
That is correct. Many of the patients that stayed in Life Esidimeni were there from when they were young and small babies. So yes, they had been there for many years, getting a certain level of care.
And this was a caring government?
As far as we knew, yes. The patients were getting treatment, yes.
And it was a service provider's contract between Life Esidimeni and the department, correct?
That is correct.
I read in your statement, which is Exhibit B, which is found on page 348 on case lines. Malady 348. That is Exhibit B.
Just a second. Yes, that is her statement, Exhibit B, right?
That's correct, my lady. My lady, let me, with the leave of the court, I'll refer the witness to page 352. 352, paragraph 11 of the statement.
Yes.
Paragraph 11 of the statement, my lady. I'll put the paragraph 11 and the question by Advocate Lade, which is located in page 37539. That is the transcribed record, my lady. I'll read it loud, my lady, to avoid the witness going there. The Advocate Lade wanted clarity in respect of paragraph 11. I'll just put a background to this question, my lady. Ms. Chambers, I want to borrow the question of the evidence leader, Advocate Lade, which is located in the page which I've referred the court supra. I've analyzed this question purely on the basis of the purpose of the sittings of this court. This court is invited by the evidence leader to determine if there's any causation or causal link between the transfers and the death of mental health care users. That is primarily what we are here for. I'll go to that question, my lady. It's for the court purposes, my lady, for the court references and record. It's on page 37539 of case lines, paragraph 20. 37539, case lines, paragraph 20. It is the evidence of Ms. Chambers on the 19th of July, 2021, my lady.
Yes.
That was the questions by Advocate Late. It reads as follows. I'm asking questions about the interaction of the government officials. I want to refer you to paragraph 11 of your statement. That is something that is pertinent in this inquest. You said that you did not foresee, you did not anticipate that the mental health care users will demise or suffer as they did. If you did not anticipate that, that is why you did not think the members of the Gauteng Department of Health must have foreseen it. That was the question, my lady, by Advocate Late. In simple, just to broaden it and try to dissect it. He was putting it to you that if SADC did not foresee the demise of mental health care users as a result of any movement, so does the Department of Health, so does the Gauteng Department of Health officials. They did not foresee that mental health care users would demise as a result of the movement. Did you capture that, Ms. Chambers?
That is correct. And I think at the time when all of this was happening, we couldn't predict the outcome. And I think the same way as the families, if I have to borrow their stories, the families didn't expect that their loved ones, who, as you had also mentioned, were in the care by the department, that they would be moved to NGOs and that they would suffer. The same way is that we didn't choose SADC, the family members didn't choose the NGOs where the patients were being moved to. We didn't choose or see the facilities. We didn't go and choose the patients in the facilities and move them. Dr. Manamela had chosen these NGOs and she had gone to see them and approved them for these patients to go to. She had gone to the Life Esidimeni facilities and moved the patients from the Life Esidimeni facilities to the respective NGOs. She had the list of which patients were going. So she knew what the NGOs looked like. Then she knew what patients were being moved to. And so as us, as a family members, as SADC, no, we could never predict the outcome. I think at the same time, when we started getting the information that patients were not being fed, if a patient is not getting fed, they will die. And those are the outcomes that we saw.
You gave a very long answer.
But in all fairness, just a second, Mr. Sibara.
Yes.
You must understand, you also gave a long thing. Even if you could have just have been fair to the witness, to allow the witness to read this paragraph 11 on page 342, and then from there, you refer the witness to this 352, you refer the witness also to this page, but then you said many things before you could.
I'm not faulting the witness for giving a long answer. I'm still coming with the question.
No. Okay, it's fine. Okay, if you can just go slow, let the witness answer, and then from there you can. If you put short questions, the witness will also answer you she will not also say many things, right?
If with due respect to the court. When I posed the question, I referred the witness to a question by Advocate Late, and I gave a background purpose of that question, which there's no way that I could even dissect it into pieces. I read a paragraph which is in the record, which there's no way that we could even dissected it. So I wanted me and the witness to engage to that paragraph, vis-a-vis paragraph 11 of her statement. I've not even touched paragraph 11. I was reading the record of the proceedings.
Yes, you read that, but then you were asking her a question and then you made a long statement. If you can just split that, even if you can just rephrase your question, it shouldn't be too long. I can understand you laid the foundation, but after that, the problem is that you said, if this was the case, and you said so many things from the statement itself. If you can just I can sympathize with you, Mr. Sibara. Just rephrase the question. The witness will be prepared to answer. Because
Malady,
if you ask a question, a yes or no, you tell the witness that, you know what, there's no need for an explanation now. The witness will be saying lots of things. But that was informed by how the question was asked. It's fine. Just rephrase. It's okay.
I'll live with it, Malady. I see my senior advocate Van Bergen, his hand is up.
Okay. Mr. Van Bergen?
May it please you, my lady, and my apologies to Mr. Sibara for interrupting. My intervention is of a simple nature. If Ms. Chambers can perhaps just slow down the pace of her answers so that we keep up with our note keeping.
Thank you, my senior. We are still energetic from a long weekend, my lady.
Yes. And I'm also going to ask you to slow down.
I will definitely.
Both of you, Ms. Chambers, you must also remember that people are taking notes of
Ms.
your
Chambers,
evidence. Mr. Sibara?
You in your answer, which was a bit elaborative, you testified that Dr. Manamela visited NGOs and approved them.
That is correct.
Which NGOs did she visit?
According to her documents and presentations in our consultation, she had visited the NGOs and she had signed them off to send patients to.
Which NGO did she visit?
It was listed in her presentation notes that she sent, and she provided us a list of where all the patients were going to, and she had assured us that she had visited and approved all those NGOs. So the NGOs that she had on her list that was presented to us is the ones that she had gone to.
You testified that she went to Life Esidimeni and discharged patients.
From our information, is she had gone to these facilities and chosen which patients were going to which NGOs.
Where did you get that information?
That was from various information as well. We had also got it from the hospital manager who had confirmed a meeting, the Life Esidimeni hospital manager who had confirmed a meeting.
Just go slow again, Ms. Chambers, for the benefit of us. As continue.
Let me just assist you. There are officials from government, from the Gauteng Government of Health, who testify before this court that Dr. Manamela never visited Life Esidimeni facilities. Ms. Nomtebo, Sinelo, and Dr. Lingwane were deployed to Life Esidimeni facilities during the transfers. She never visited these facilities.
From the information that we had from the Life Esidimeni hospital manager that had confirmed that Dr. Manamela had gone there for meetings and to assign which patients were moving. That was from the information that we had received.
Which manager did you receive that information from?
It was stated in an email, if I'm not mistaken. I can pull on that. If you refer to my statement under paragraph 10, it is all detailed there as well, but we had received it via an email. It was part of the evidence pack from the Life Esidimeni hospital manager, when they had also in writing given us confirmation of which patients had been identified to move to Takalani.
I've read paragraph 10 of your statement. There's no way in paragraph 10 of your statement which says that Dr. Manamela visited Life Esidimeni facility.
Just a second, Mr. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to go through the paragraph quickly.
Please, the court, Ms. Chambers, there's no way in paragraph 10.
Can I look at the paragraph first?
Thank
so
you,
that I can follow your question? Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Sibara.
Hey, Ms. Chambers, I've read paragraph 10 of your statement where you are saying that information that Dr. Manamela visited Life Esidimeni facilities is contained in your statement, paragraph 10. I don't find it.
The name of the hospital manager, you are correct, is not listed there, and it is in the evidence that we had provided of copies of those emails. I'm sure we'd be able to get that and send it through. That was the information that we received. So we were not there to witness Dr. Manamela actually at the facilities. We were not able to be on site. That was the information that we had received, as well as through the consultation meetings that we had with the Gauteng Department of Health from January 2016, after our first litigation in 2015, when she had presented us the detailed project plan. She had also listed the NGOs that she had gone to visit. That was the information that she presented to us.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm confronting you with your answer that paragraph 10 contains the name of the manager and as well the Life Esidimeni that Dr. Manamela had visited, but it's not there in that paragraph.
The name, you're looking for the name of the hospital manager?
Yes, you said, you testified that Dr. Manamela visited Life Esidimeni facilities, and it's contained in paragraph 10 of your statement that she visited the facilities, and as well as the name of the manager who gave you that information is in paragraph 10 of your statement. And when we read paragraph 10, we can't find that name. Now you are finding a refuge in the image.
I'm happy to find that exact name for you. If you prefer, it's not in the statement, you are correct, and I'll find it in the email and I'll be able to present it to you afterwards if you'd like.
And it's as well not in the statement that which facility Dr. Manamela visited, Life Esidimeni.
It's not in the statement, you are correct, but she had visited Waverley where the first patients were moved from. But again, she had also visited Randfontein and Waverley.
When did she, let's just start with the one center at a time. Which center did she visit first during the termination of Life Esidimeni contract?
I wouldn't have those exact times and dates. I wasn't part of those meetings and I didn't have those details.
And where are you getting this information?
This was information that she had presented to us, as well as in that confirmation email of when patients had been identified to move to Takalani.
And who identified these patients to move to Takalani at Life Esidimeni?
From our information and communication from Life Esidimeni Hospital Manager, as well as during our consultation meetings with the Gauteng Department of Health, the initial 55 patients that were moving to Takalani were identified by Dr. Manamela.
How did she identify them?
I wasn't there, I wouldn't know.
And where do you get this information? Because I represent her, I don't know about this information.
This information was presented to us when we had our meetings with the Gauteng Department of Health that had started after our initial litigation from January 2016. Those meetings were also minuted. We had meetings with the Gauteng Department of Health, Life Esidimeni, as well as Section 27, the South African Depression and Anxiety Group, SASOP, over a 2 to 3 month period while we were going through the consultation process. And the minutes of those meetings and the presentations were presented by Dr. Manamela. I'm happy to provide those documents if it helps.
You know, it will be very much important for this court because when we look at your statement and your evidence, it is not even on the transcribed record that Dr. Manamela, in fact, identified these 55 patients herself. And I would have gladly taken instructions if this information was in your statement or even in your evidence in chief or even during cross-examination by my colleagues. Let's just try and focus on these 55 patients you are alleging that my client identified. When did she identify them?
I wouldn't have those exact dates. I wasn't at the meeting. But I'm happy to provide those documents as they were used in both the Ombudsman investigation and the arbitration, and they were presented in court in March 2016.
And when I read your statement, your evidence, there's somewhere in your paragraph when you mentioned that, in fact, that is the bottom of paragraph 10. That needless to say that the first patients died at Takalani after the court case. It goes to the second page in 352. It starts at 351 to 352. Needless to say that the first life Esidimeni patients died at Takalani. Do you get that in your statement?
That is
At the
correct.
bottom of paragraph 10.
Got that?
And these patients, we are saying, needless to say, they died at Takalani. Were they part of the 55?
Yes. It was the patients that were moved, the first 55 that were moved to Takalani. Yes.
Ms. Chambers, I think it will be very much be fair on your part, even on my client, that we can do this exercise when you've got all the information, because I think this aspect is very crucial, because these patients, according to you, they've died. These patients, according to you, they were identified by my client. It will be in the best interest of all the parties that we get this information, these documents you are referring to, that you've got information to that effect. When earliest can we get this information?
I can consult and I can send that through. Those list of 55 patients, if it helps, was actually submitted by the Gauteng Department of Health to the March 2016 court. The list of all the patients that were transferred, that was submitted by the Gauteng Department of Health by Dr. Manamela. So happy to send you what was in those documents as well as part of that court hearing. It has that detailed list of exactly which 55 patients.
Just a second, if I may, Mr. Sibara. Can I find out with the evidence leaders and the others whether this is not part and parcel of the information that is on record? If you can assist us where to locate it. Mr. Late and SADC representatives and the others.
My lady?
Yes.
We're just in the process of trying to work out if the
Thank you, my lady. I've taken instructions from Dr. Manamela.
Before we go to your instructions, can I find out whether the documents are also on case line?
I could not find them, my lady.
Can I hear from the others?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, we haven't been yet able to find the documents on case lines, but I'm not sure if Ms. Chambers wants to be more specific, and maybe we'll have better luck. But at this point, we haven't found anything more than has already been referred to.
Okay. Mr. Late?
It's the same with us, my lady. We've tried the arbitration records and the law documents, and we couldn't find anything. If we can have a more specific name for a particular document or the exact content thereof, it might be easier to find it.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Sibera?
Thank you, my lady. Thanks for the
Do you want the witness to direct us what she's talking about?
Of course.
We can get clarity, and then from there you can tell us about your instructions
Yes.
once we have cleared this issue.
Of course, my lady. These are very important documents. My lady, the witness testified that one.
Just a second. Ms. Chambers, you are reminded that you are still under oath. Yes. That evidence is on record, Mr. Sibara.
I want
if she can just be specific and enlighten the court as to which documents are they, so that they can be checked. And if they are not there, I think it's important that they be provided as soon as possible. Yes, Mr. Sibara?
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Chambers, I just want us to record clearly. You testify that you've got emails correspondence which specifically says, when did Dr. Manamela went to Life Esidimeni facilities to identify the 55 patients, you recall?
Thank you for the question. I can also confirm. I did find the information on case lines, and I'm happy to give the reference numbers as well to help. I can confirm that we did receive an email from Mr. Morgan, Life Esidimeni Hospital Manager, with regards to the 54 users. I think that was one of the questions, my colleague, that you brought up earlier. That specific reference number, if I can give that through to you.
Yes,
just a second before you do that, Mr. Morgan, are you referring to Mr. Is that who? What is the surname?
I can get it for you. Sorry, it's listed here. Mr. Morgan Mukatwa. Mukatwa. Sorry, excuse me. Yes.
Can you spell that for me?
Sure. It's MKHTAWA. TAWA.
Okay, just refer us to the document. Maybe we'll get that there. This is the you say is the manager from Life Esidimeni.
That is correct. Yes. Life Esidimeni, our hospital manager. The reference number, my lady, is 18494. I'll say it again slower. 18494 on case line.
18494.
Yes.
Yes.
I can give you the spelling. Sorry, my lady, I spelled his surname incorrectly. The surname I have is MKHATSHWA.
Okay, thank you. Mukatwa.
Yes. And in that email on case file, it explains the 54 patients as well as the dates of those patients being moved. And then with regards for Mr. Sabar, the minutes of the meetings that we had with the Gauteng Department of Health and Life Esidimeni Management with regards to the updates the presentation and those minutes are also on the case file. They start on the 6th of January 2016, and it starts, I'll give the reference number. It's 185.
That the minutes will record that she physically went there. Does the minutes say that I, Dr. Manamela, visited this particular NGO on this particular date?
I would have to go through the minutes, but no, I don't have that off the top of my mind of exact dates of when she had went. No.
Your evidence today, which you gave a very elaborative statement, I'm subjected to corrections. You testified that Dr. Manamela in the meetings told us she visited the NGOs.
Yes.
But when you are now, I've noted that you have read the minutes now, which are located in page 1,550.
Just a second, Mr. Sibara, just to interject. I'm just speaking under correction. Did she say Dr. Manamela said she visited or she identified and approved the NGOs?
Thank you, my lady, for the correction.
I think the word was she identified. I'm not sure, but I'm just saying. But we'll check we can just go and check the record. But as far as I can recall, maybe the others will correct me. What I heard was not visited. I think the word used was identified and visited somewhere.
Thank you, my lady, for that statement for the court.
Is it correct before we take it and work on it? The others who have been listening, otherwise we'll have to play the tape if that can be done.
Let's
can I hear from the others first? Mr. van Bergen?
My lady, and I say this subject to whether my notes are correct. As I indicated earlier, they were made under...
She was too fast, yes.
I made notes, for example, Dr. Manamela visited NGOs.
So the word is visited.
According to my notes, there was a definite reference to Dr. Manamela having visited, and I further said, wrote down, at our meetings, she said she had gone to the NGOs and approved. So it would seem, and it's subject to correction.
Yes, that's why I'm also saying this is subject to correction.
As your ladyship.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bandelender.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, according to my notes, Ms. Chambers did say that it was about Dr. Manamela visiting NGOs.
Not identify, okay.
But I do recall, in addition to that she did mention briefly that she thought that Dr. Manamela had identified who was going to which NGO. So perhaps we can ask the witness to clarify.
Do you get it, Mr. Sibara?
Thank you, Malady. I got it very well. Can I just run with the witness?
So the word visited and identified. So she'll have to clarify that.
Let's just deal with it. Ms. Chambers, I understand that these activities happened long time ago. It's over a period of 5 years.
Yes.
You are a human being, and will I be correct that during the briefing sessions when Dr. Manamela was briefing, when she used we, will I be correct that she was taking it in general as the department, not specifically on a personal basis?
Yes.
We need to understand your evidence in that scope. Because, will I be correct that when she say we, the department do this, will I be correct that she was talking in a representative capacity as the director of the department?
Yes. So while she presented, I agree that it was as a representative department. From our understanding, that's from the information. I wouldn't have evidence or proof of exact days that she had visited or if she had visited, but through those meetings, she had presented with that information. So from our understanding, yes.
Not necessarily that when you testify that, when Dr. Manamela testified that I visited we visited the NGOs, it does not necessarily mean that she personally visited in person and inspected the NGOs and approved them.
We didn't get that information, but again, from the presentations, it was our understanding, yes.
So we refers to the department.
That's correct, my lady. That was from my understanding from those meetings, yes.
And not specifically Dr. Manamela in her personal capacity?
I don't have specifics on her personal capacity or specific dates that she went. No, that's correct.
And will I be correct that in view of what of the fact that you do not have personal knowledge of her personally visiting, your evidence this morning, the way it was captured, it was not properly captured. Is that correct? You did not present it properly because you don't have personal knowledge of her visiting personally.
I don't have personal knowledge of dates and times that she had visited. That is correct, yes. So from my understanding, the information we've given is correct, but I didn't have the specific dates or times from her visitations, no.
So we'll leave that for argument if it can take any point home. Once again, you testified that Dr. Manamela, which she disputes, went to Life Esidimeni and identified the 55 patients you recorded in paragraph 10 of your statement. Can we get that information on page 18,494 of your statement where you refer to Morgan Mkachwa's name?
No, that specific reference that you mentioned is an email confirmation from Mr. Morgan with regards to the users that were identified. In the consultation meetings, again, I wouldn't have the exact date or proof that she went on a specific date, that we weren't at the facility. That was information that was discussed. So,
okay, let me just interpose you. Where did you get the information that Dr. Manamela identified the 55 MHCs, which are referred in your statement?
In the meetings that we had, we were told that she had gone and identified the patients.
Which meetings?
In the stakeholder meetings that we had with the department and the Life Esidimeni management, we were told at those meetings that she had gone to identify those 55 patients.
Where are those minutes?
They were listed in the case lines. I'd have to find that specific one. It would be towards the end of February.
Hold on. Ms. Chambers, yes. Are you saying those minutes are going to capture that Dr. Manamela, on a particular date, went to Life Esidimeni facility, identified 55 patients? I want us to record it properly because I don't want us to have difficulties when we get there.
Absolutely, I hear you. I'd have to look through the minutes. I don't think I would have the confirmation of a date and time. That could have been in the discussion in the meeting that she had gone through.
And are you binding yourself that irrespective of the dates, but Dr. Manamela did that?
I wasn't there, so I can't confirm that. And I wouldn't have evidence of a date or time if she went there. So that would probably be from hearsay. So I wouldn't be able to have information to confirm that she was actually there on a specific date or time, as I don't have any evidence and I wasn't there.
No. I'm happy to accept that you don't have specific evidence on dates and time and days. You testified, Ms. Chambers, here. This is my worry with your evidence. It's as well captured in your statement. That my client, you testified today that Dr. Manamela went to Life Esidimeni, identified 55 patients to be transferred from Life Esidimeni and to Takalani. Are you still maintaining that?
That was the information that we received, but I'm also saying that I don't have the exact evidence to say that in writing. That was the information that we were told.
Just a second. When you testified, you never told this court that this is the information you were told. You were emphatic. You stated it as a fact that my client went to Life Esidimeni, identified 55 patients to be transferred to Life Esidimeni to Takalani. And she even confirmed in a meeting. So we want to go to those minutes and check if those minutes would correspond and corroborate your evidence today.
But I also said I didn't have specific dates or times that she had been there because I wasn't there. So I didn't give that kind of evidence or information. It could have been from hearsay from those meetings that we had. Again, I don't have evidence of a date that she was there specifically.
My lady, my apology.
Ms. Chambers,
for taking it too long. Thank
what
you, my lady.
Mr. Sibera wants to know from you is whether the minutes that you want to refer the court to, in those minutes, the evidence as you have just led today, will that be captured specifically? That is why she's saying to you, he's saying to you specifically what you said about Dr. Manamela. Not about the dates. We understand you are not part of that, but this info that you are talking about, what he wants to know is whether that will be captured in those minutes that you are talking about.
I'm not sure, my lady. I'd have to read through it on the top of my head. No, they wouldn't be minuted in those meetings then.
Just a second. Can I follow from the court's question?
Yes, you can continue, Mr. Chambers.
Ms. Chambers, it's quite unfair and quite reckless on your part to make serious allegations against Dr. Manamela about the 55 patients when you are not even sure of your statements. The record today reflects your evidence under oath that my client went to Life Esidimeni and identified 55 patients, which are captured in paragraph 10 of your statement. Let's forget about the date. Let's forget about the month. Let's forget about the time. Your evidence is captured to that effect, and you confirm to this court that there are emails, there are minutes, which this information has been recorded. So we want to go to those minutes. Now, because we want to go to those minutes, you are telling this court that now you don't have accurate information, you need to revisit those minutes. I'm going to request the court to give you that opportunity to visit those minutes because, Ms. Chambers, this evidence talks to the heart of the death of patients from Takalani, and you have put my client in the firing line.
Sorry, yes. From my understanding of those meetings, they were also presented to us in that way. Again, just as I mentioned on I don't have the specifics. And from those meetings, that's what was told, that these patients were identified. And being the responsible person in the project plan and in those meetings and presented to us, that was where we had that the Dr. Manamela had identified these patients.
Okay, it's fine. You can take us to the documents, the email, and those minutes that you're talking about.
Okay. Can I go?
For the benefit of the witness, will it be proper that she can do that off camera? Because I suppose these minutes are a bit voluminous.
If she can look at them first, read them first, and then.
Yeah.
Yes.
The witness.
Should we give her the chance to read them, or?
Yes, my lady. This incident took place around 5 years ago, and
let me see. How much time will you need? It's now almost 11:45. Maybe can we resume what time? 12:30.
It's in order, madam, just to give the witness a bit of time.
Yes, if you can look at, just give yourself time to look at the minutes and also the email that you are referring to so that you can be able, as against the paragraph that you have been referred to, paragraph 11 of your statement, right?
Thank you, madam.
The court is going to take an adjournment now, and then can we resume at 11:30? Please.
12:30, my lady.
12:30,
yes.
Madam. Thank you.
12:30. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
is the witness?
I'm here, my lady.
Yes. Have you used the opportunity to check the record and the pages that you have just indicated to us?
I have, my lady.
Okay. You are reminded that you are still under oath. You may continue, Mr. Sibara.
Thank you. Ms. Chambers, from the minutes you referred the court to, can you assist the court on case lines? Because I've surgically perused the case line with my client. I could not find those minutes. If yourself you've got them, do us a favor. I think they're going to be very pertinent to the court.
Thank you, Mr. Sabara. I can give the case line numbers for the consultation meetings that we had with the department from the 6th of January. I can give you the case line numbers for those meetings. But if I could maybe, I've gone through the documents now, and thank you for the time and the patience to go through it and to identify the right documents. Maybe I can take the court to one of the documents and email that I sent. I can give you the case line number, Mr.
Yes,
Sabara.
do so, please. Just do so.
Case
That is
line
what you are
number,
requested to do, yes.
yes, case line number 18604.
Let me get the page.
Thank you.
Page
18604.
604. Just a second. Yes, I've looked at this page. You may proceed, Mr. Sibar.
Thank you. Ms. Chambers, again, you stated it as a fact that Dr. Manamela went to life Esidimeni facilities and identified 55 patients. I'm looking for that because you stated it as a fact. And that is a very serious allegations against Dr. Manamela. That is why I'm doing a bit of a follow-up. But the document you are referring the court to, which is an email dated the 10th of March 2016, it talks about 50 Renfontaine residents. And you told this court, even paragraph 11 of your statement talks about 55. Can you assist us?
Absolutely, and thank you for that. There is the mistake of the 50 patients in the email versus in paragraph 10 where I referred to 55, where also in court when we went in March, it was a list of 54 patients. So that is a mistake on my behalf. If I can also just provide some context, Mr. Sabara, to help explain, is we had a meeting with the department on the 8th of March. There's also another email on the 9th of March March, where SADAG and the collaboration had sent through to Life Hospital Group. And this specific email that I'm referring to you on the 10th of March is through information that we had received following these meetings. I'd received a phone call to say that there was a meeting at Life Hospital at Randfontein where the department had gone and chosen in the 50 patients. At that time, we were told 50. We didn't have the exact list.
Let's be specific and talk to the facts. So then, are you prepared to concede before this court that your statement, your evidence, you testified today in the morning that my client identified 55 patients at Life Esidimeni? Are you prepared to concede under oath that it was inaccurate?
From our information that we received, the phone call that I got was that Dr. Manamela was at the Randfontein facility. I don't have it in a minuted document, so I don't have the specific evidence. From the information that I received, the truth that I know is that she was at the facility and she had chosen the patients.
Ms. Chambers, I'm going to have problems with you, and I don't want to waste the court's time because you are talking a fact. You testified about a fact in the morning, and you implicated Dr. Manamela. Now, after the court gave you the opportunity to look at the documents, now you are talking about a telephone call you received that Dr. Manamela went to Randfontein and identified 55 patients. This information you're telling the court now contradicts your evidence in the morning, because in the morning you were telling the court as a fact. You have never told this court that you received a telephone call. We are going around in a circle. And you can even see yourself and hear it yourself in your own evidence that the two statements are not the same. You received a call that Dr. Manamela went. In the morning, you told this court that Dr. Manamela went to Life Esidimeni and identified 55 patients.
And I hear you, Mr. Sabara. I'm also just stating the truth that I have of the information that I have and referring to the documents that I have. So from that phone call, I can say that I'd sent that email to base it on the information that I'd received. So I'm stating the truth. I'm giving you the information that I have. I don't have the date and the time. I can tell you in the information of what we had.
And who called you?
I had from the Life Hospital manager, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, so Mr. Mukachwa called you and told you that Dr. Manamela came and identified 55 patients.
That's why I had sent the email on the 10th of March to confirm those details in writing, that I was told that the department had gone there. Dr. Manamela had gone to identify those patients. That's correct as per my email, which is why I got it in writing.
Yes.
I would believe that my senior advocate Van Berken will have an interest in this answer. Let me just go to your page reference, which you just educated us where. Just before we go there, Ms. Chambers, I'm sorry, my lady. This information, which you received telephonically from Dr. Mukachwa, he testified before this court.
Mm-hmm.
He testified before this hearing. That's why I'm referring him as Dr. Mukachwa with his proper title. You are saying this court, he called you that the department came and Dr. Manamela came and identified patients.
Yes, we were part of stakeholder engagement, so there were even previous emails beforehand. We had a meeting all together on the 8th of March, so we were working in consultation.
The question I asked you demanded a yes answer?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second, my lady. So surely, Ms. Chambers, the email contained in page 18,494 from Dr. Mukachwa to yourself was in reply to your email of the 10th of March.
I'm just getting to the document. Sorry, please excuse. That is correct. That is the reply to my email that I sent on the 10th of March.
And I want to get your email, which you sent to Dr. Mkhatshwa. Is that the email you referred us now? Just a second. Which is on page 18,604.
That is correct, yes.
But your email on page 18,604, it does not talk to a telephone call from Dr. Mkhatshwa. Can you assist us where it talks to a telephone call from Dr. Mkhatshwa? Your email of the 10th of March.
The 10th of March, I didn't mention the telephone call in my letter to him, no.
So, in the email of the 10th of March, if we can go to it, I want to quickly go to it.
That is now page
1860 for my lady. It has come to our attention that Gauteng Department of Health arrived today to Life Esidimeni Randfontein and instructed that 50 patients. You said Gauteng Department of Health arrived today. There's no way that you mentioned Dr. Manamela there.
That is correct.
So when you say Gauteng Department of Health, who are you referring to in that email?
From my understanding, again, why I said it came to our attention, we were told that it was Dr. Manamela. In my correction, I should have added her name into the letter. That is my mistake.
So you were sending an email to Dr. Mkhatshwa that it has come to your attention. So you did not specify in that email that pursuant to your telephone conversation with him.
No, I did not. I did send it in writing in an email so that I could get the feedback formally in an email. That is correct.
Ms. Chambers, this engagement, if I'm correct, if you look at 10 March 2016, it happened almost plus minus 5 years ago. How do you remember today that Dr. Mkhatshwa called you and give you this information? Because one, it's not in your statement that he called you. Two, it's not in your evidence in chief, 19 July 2021. It's coming up today.
The details of how I got that information, you are right, it's not detailed. There's a lot of information and detail around the whole Life Esidimeni issue. And I do remember having that phone call. It wasn't documented or proofed in an email, so that was my mistake with regards to documenting it in writing. Okay. But I do remember it very clearly.
Okay. Today, in my cross-examination, you could not even remember the date which Dr. Manamela allegedly visited Life Esidimeni Center. You could not even remember the center today.
I'm sorry to interject, Mr. Sibara.
Thank you, madam.
My understanding of her evidence is that this is the information that she got. She doesn't have personal knowledge of it.
Thank you, my lady. If I can just fly from the...
That is why before we took this adjournment, she clearly specified that she does not have exact dates or the specifics as to what happened when, but that is the information that she got.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you, my lady. And the way the court put...
Am I correct, Miss Chambers?
That's correct, my lady. And I again want to just give my appreciation to the court for giving me time to find those specific documents and details that were also required around the specific dates or details. Yes.
Thank you,
okay,
madam.
Thank you
so much. Thank you for
the
court.
Proceed, Mr. Sibara.
My lady, the court summed it very nicely that she does not have personal knowledge. She was relying on information which she got. Then,
yes, that is what she said.
And that contradicts her evidence this morning when she testified. She never told this court that the information I'm telling you is not from my personal knowledge. She said it as a fact today that Dr. Manamela went to Life Esidimeni Center and identified.
But that is what I'm trying to say to you. I don't know. She will have to clarify it. As I understood her evidence, she said that is the information that she got.
Thank you, my lady.
That Dr. Manamela visited the NGOs or identified, I don't know.
Thank
but
you so much, Maledi.
yes, but when you say it was like she had physical knowledge. That she has always been saying that is the information that she got.
Maledi, can I just propose that the witness moves out of the presentations?
Okay.
Thank
Can we ask you to step out of the meeting, and then we'll call you later? They will call you so that we can discuss this.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Melody.
Thank you, Maledi. We are here because, Maledi, the witness was confronted with specific questions. Where are you getting this information that Dr. Manamela visited and identified patients? And she told this court that even from her own statement, it's not even there. We confronted her with that information. Your statement doesn't talk about that. That is when she changed and said, no. I got it from the manager of Life Esidimeni. Now, information is getting distorted further. No, it was a telephone call. And that is what we are confronting here with these contradictions. And I don't think it will be fair to the proceedings that she be rescued, that she got information. No, she must respond.
No. I'm not. No, I'm just. What word should I use? I mean, from how I understood her evidence this morning.
Okay.
Right? She said she was informed.
Yes.
And she even said at some of the meetings, Dr. Manamela presented certain facts. Right? That's how I understand. I see there's a hand from Ms. Bandlender.
Let's just say for a minute.
In any event, the record speaks for itself, isn't it? Ms. Bandlender?
Yes, thank you, my lady. That's exactly what I was about to say, my lady. It really serves very little purpose for us now to try and traverse what she did or didn't say. Mr. Sibara will be entitled to argue that in due course. My recollection, to just add to the debate, is that exactly what your lady says is correct, which is that as soon as the witness was asked how she knew this, she said she was told, she was informed, and she referred to the meetings at which Dr. Manamela presented. But that can all be argued in due course, my lady. I think Mr. Sibara must just be reminded of the purpose of the cross-examination and the purpose of argument in due course. Thank you, my lady.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Sibara?
My lady, let's have the...
Just before I come to you, can I see there is another hand that is up. I don't know whether...
It's Advocate Bandlender, she just removed.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to Mr. Sibara, is there anybody else who wants to say something? I'm going to close and hear Mr. Sibara.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sibara?
It's okay, my lady.
Can we call the witness back so that we can proceed?
Let's proceed.
Can you ask us, Ms. Bandlender? Can you assist us?
Yes, my lady, she'll join shortly.
Let the witness come back. Yes, continue, Mr. Sibara.
Thank you, my lady. Just a second. Ms. Chambers, let's. I'm interested in the email from Dr. Mkacho. Let's just quickly go to it and dissect it a bit. Page 18,494.
I'm just going to go to it. Please give me a second. Okay, I've got to the email, Mr. Sibara.
Okay, if one reads the context of your statement, it seemed to suggest that though you have now corrected it, the 55 patients were going to be sent to Takalani in volume of 55. Is that correct? It's not detailed.
It's not detailed in this response here. It refers to only 15. That's correct. 50. That's 50, correct.
Yeah. And can you see that if you go to the email response, which specifically, please find below responses to SADC queries. The patients were identified to be suitable for Takalani on the 8th, and then also suitable for Takalani on the 8th and the 10th of March 2016. Can you see that one?
I can, yes.
Can you see that these patients were suitable to be transferred?
That's what it says in the email, yes.
And that is the email from the manager of Life Esidimeni.
Correct.
And during your telephone call, did the manager of Life Esidimeni, Mr. Mkacha, then told you about maybe these patients were not suitable for Takalani or not?
No, that wasn't the nature of the reason why. It was also why we came to have the information. During the consultation with the department, there were no plans to discharge patients because we were still consulting on the project plan. So the bigger concern there was that patients were identified, and it was a big group of patients that were being moved to an NGO. We were still in consultation working on the project plan. So from our understanding, even up until the 8th of March, there should have been no plans to discharge patients or transfer or move any patients to NGOs during that time, which is why he notified me.
Just a second, you're giving quite elaborative answers from a very short questions. Did Mr. Mkacha told you that those patients were not suitable, the 50 patients?
No, he didn't mention that. That wasn't the nature of the reason why he gave me the information. So no, that didn't come up.
And I'm asking these questions precisely with regard to the first line of his email, that the identified patients to be suitable for Takalani.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, and patients, third bullet, just let's go to the second bullet. Initially, only 50 of these patients will be taken to Takalani because they have so far made only 50 beds available. Patients will be taken in group of 10, starting from the 14th of March. From reading of this email, Ms. Chambers, it seems as if there was a structure in way this movement was going to be effected. They were going to be moved in a group of 10, not 55.
I suppose it was probably because of transport, but again, in context where we were having consultation, there should have been no discharge of groups of 50 patients or even 10 patients at that point of time. So that's where the concern was, is that there would have been no discharge taking place during those times.
Ms. Chambers, I think you definitely need to go back and consult your sources, because my instructions are that the movement referred in this email, it was not as a result of the termination of contract, because the only movement as a result of termination of contract started in May and June 2016, not in March.
Come again, Mr. Sibera?
My instructions from Dr. Manamela and the record before this inquest is that the movement as a result of termination started in May 2016 up to June, not in March.
Okay.
Maybe if I can also respond to that, that is correct.
Come again? I didn't pick that up.
Sorry, it is correct where there shouldn't have been discharges during this time anyway. So while they're dated for May and June, the fact is that it wasn't normal procedure to discharge more than 55 patients in such a big group at one time. This wasn't normal procedures that had happened before the project marathon was discussed. We were having ongoing consultation with the department, so there should have been no discharges happening. In a previous email, which if the court will allow, I just want to look for that previous email that we had sent on the 9th of March. Also to the Life Esidimeni Hospital Group, after a meeting we had on the 8th of March to discuss the placements and discharge of patients, we were already querying with the department the number of patients that were being moved during that time, that these were not normal discharges. And through our litigation of the first time that we had gone to court in December, we had agreed not to discharge any patients until we had consultation, we had agreed on a project plan. This discharge was not agreed or even aware of during the time that we were consulting with the department. And that's where our concern was.
Let me just assist you further. I think you did not read the email of Dr. Mkacha properly. The 50 patients were not going to Takalani, all of them. If you look at the email, The following NGOs have a claim to have been sent by the NGO to inquire about the patients. Libuhang Center, Shikolo, Tumelo Home.
Sorry, Mr. Sparrow, I'm just getting to that point.
Yes.
Sorry, I've just got the wrong case file. Please bear with me.
And as well, Takalani, the second page. There were 4 NGOs.
If I can just further read that sentence as well, Mr. Sabara.
If I may interrupt, Mr. Chambers, my apologies for doing
Yes,
so.
Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, I want to hear you because I'm reading this differently from what Mr. Sibara is saying.
Yes.
But continue.
My lady, I have a concern that what is happening now is that personal interpretations are being attached to certain documents.
Yes.
And with all due respect to Ms. Chambers, I think that she has been doing so. But in this last question, I regret that I think Mr. Sabara is attaching an interpretation that is not borne out by the document. The document does not say that of those 50 mental health care users, some will go to other NGOs, namely Lebogang Center, Gislovo, Tumela Home, etc. It is clearly, in my reading of it, a new point that is being made. If one looks at the first paragraph, the first bullet, if I may call it that, the patients were identified to be suitable for Takalani.
Correct.
8th and 10th. Initially, only 50 of these patients will be taken to Takalani. Anywhere else.
Then it says because they have so far made only 50 beds available. That statement relates to Takalani.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, and then these other things, I mean, the witness is being confused further and further. I don't know. But this is something else, this sentence that relates to these other NGOs.
Yes, your ladyship.
I understand it.
My apologies for interrupting your ladyship. Your ladyship will recall with respect that there was evidence of NGOs arriving at Life Esidimeni facilities to inquire about patients and to come and see what patients there were. And if I'm talking under correction, but I think it was Dr. Mkotshwa who testified that they objected to that. They said it's not a cattle auction. And
I think that is, if I may, that was at the time when the issue of the handing over came in. When they said they were not, they did not agree to discharging the patients to the NGOs directly.
Yes, it precedes that with respect, my lady, that there were NGOs that arrived unannounced at Life Esidimeni facilities to come and see which patients they wanted to take and which they didn't want to take. And this is clearly a reference to that incident. The following NGOs have claimed to have been sent by the Department of Health to inquire about our patients. So this is unrelated to the preceding references to Takalani and the 50 patients.
But my concern with this evidence today, I'm making my point again clear, Mr. Sibara, to say that this witness, as she has been testifying in the morning, you asked him a question, and she explained that this was the information she got. She didn't have personal knowledge of that information. So now, all this digging of things that are coming out now. You know, I'm having serious concerns with this because I think that point has been made. Maybe we should move forward.
We will, but I need to acknowledge the court's correction. I was wrong in terms of that paragraph.
Yes.
And Advocate Van Bergen is correct. My lady,
if I'm, and my apologies, Mr. Sabara.
Continue. I think he was still on the floor. Continue, Mr.
Just regards your ladyship's last remark to Mr. Sibara. I respectfully agree with your ladyship that the evidence that is being given now is solely hearsay evidence.
Correct.
And as such, the value that can be attached to it is negligible.
And the other point that I want to make here, so just for all of you, this witness referred to documents. Initially, I gave an indulgence that we check if the documents are part and parcel of the record that we have been using. You came back to say there were no documents. Now, she referred us to specific documents. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to deal with those documents insofar as they dealt with the information that the witness has referred to, right? But so now I see we're getting, digging and, things that are hearsay evidence.
Thank you, my lady. If I may respond.
Let's just check with Mr. Van Bergen if she has finished.
As your ladyship pleases, those are my submissions.
Okay, thank you.
As simple as the court, my lady. I'm quite afraid that my senior has touched on the submissions, which I think should be left after the entire spectrum of witnesses have testified. My lady, if this court is saying that the evidence of this witness is hearsay, then it would then be academic for us to cross-examine her. But however,
this particular part that you have referred to today, that is what we're saying, to say, she said, whatever she said today, isn't it you asked her about that paragraph? Then when she answered questions, she kept on saying, this is the information. You were asking her a direct question to say, where did she get that information? Who said who, right?
My lady, if the court would look at her evidence vis-a-vis her statement, and the evidence which is before this court of the 19th of July 2021,
yes,
there's no way that one would deduct a hearsay. If one would then read...
I don't want to argue with you, Mr. Sibara. I'm talking about what we are hearing today from the questions that we have just asked her, right? And then if that evidence of hers is hearsay, it's fine, the record will speak for itself.
We can move on, my lady.
Yes, let's move on, please.
Ms. Chambers, you further stated in your evidence, particularly in paragraph, as it captured in paragraph 10.
Now, paragraph 10, that is page 3.
Page 351 of Exhibit B. Exhibit B.
Just a second.
Can I proceed, my lady?
Yes, I'm just looking at this quickly.
Paragraph 10, it reads as follows.
Continue.
Yes. The instructions to discharge patients from...
Can you just start at the beginning?
Okay. Confirmation was received from hospital manager at Life Esidimeni that there was an increase in the discharge of mental health care users during March 2016, and it was not normal proceedings. The instructions to discharge patients was from Dr. Manamela. Ms. Chambers, this information, did you get this information from the manager, or is it direct information from yourself?
It was information that I had received on the 8th of March in the consultation meetings with the Gauteng Department of Health with Dr. Manamela and Life Esidimeni, as well as a confirmation email on the 9th of March from Life Esidimeni Hospital Group with regards to the query of the discharge and placements and the stats and the figures, yes.
On the 8th of March, minutes?
No, the 9th of March email. 9th of, I can give you the case number if you want.
Let's go.
18602.
186.
02. 18602.
186.
02. This was the email, Mr. Sabara, with regards to the follow-up email that I sent through to Life Esidimeni Hospital Management Group with regards to the queries of discharge and placements and the figures.
And in that email, which you are referring this court, which is in the page you referred us to, can you show us where it says Dr. Manamela gave instructions?
It doesn't say that in this email. This just refers to your query about the discharge and placement figures and why it was different.
And the instructions to discharge was from Dr. Manamela. Where can we get it?
That would probably be in our discussion meetings. Again, I can give you the dates. I'd have to find the exact wording that it was used. I know she was also responsible in the project plan that she had presented to us.
Let's exhaust the instructions. We'll go to the project plan.
Pardon, please repeat.
Let's finish the question on the instructions I'm referring to. Let us not go to the project plan.
That would be the information that I'd received. I don't have an email that says that confirmed that she would have given that instruction. That would have been information that we were told and also given. Again, referring to the email. I'm not sure. Can you please clarify exactly what information you're wanting me to confirm or to provide?
The instructions to discharge patients was from Dr. Manamela. She denies that version. She never gave any instructions for patients to be discharged, the 50 patients. And where did you get that information yourself?
That information would have gone directly to Life Esidimeni Hospital Group. They would have received instruction for the patients, as I had mentioned in my email.
And just to be slow for the court purposes.
No, continue.
Thank you. You are saying this information that it comes from Dr. Manamela is probably coming from Life Esidimeni.
No, she says it would have gone to Life Esidimeni.
Okay.
Am I correct, Ms. Chambers?
That is correct, my lady. It would have been a formal letter or email from Dr. Manamela or the head of the Gauteng Department of Health, Dr. Manamela, to Life Esidimeni Hospital Group. Again, though, we had these ongoing consultation meetings, and Dr. Manamela was presenting to us on the stats, the figure, how many were being discharged, who would be discharged patients. So that was under, from my understanding, from being in those meetings, that was her responsibility. And it's also outlined in the project plan.
You are saying the responsibility to give instructions on which patients to be discharged, it is her responsibility, if I get you clearly.
That is correct.
As the head of the department, it was a responsibility to give directives if there was a patients to be discharged. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Not necessarily that it should be captured as a fact that the instructions to discharge patients was from Dr. Manamela. In your paragraph, you stated it as a fact.
From my understanding and the information that I had received and the consultation that I had, the instruction was from Dr. Manamela.
She disputes that.
Okay, that's fine. Can we leave with that, Mr. Siba? Let's move on.
Oh, okay. I see my senior, she was about to raise her hand.
Thank you, my lady.
This has been dealt with sufficiently.
Yes, I had put my hand up.
I didn't even note your I haven't seen your hand. Do you still want to say?
No, my lady, I was putting my hand up to say that the witnesses answered this question now in many different ways, and perhaps we could move on. Thank you.
Let's go on from the paragraph where it ends by Dr. Manamela. 55 adults, mental health care users with severe mental illness, some including conduct disorder, were planned to be moved to Takalani Care Center in Deep Loop, Soweto, which was registered to provide residential accommodations and services to children with severe, profound intellectual disability.
Severe to profound.
Severe to profound intellectual disability. Let's stop there. Where did you get this information that the 55 patients to be discharged, some of them were having severe mental disorder, mental illness? And which mental illness are you talking about, the severity?
There was a list that was given to us that actually listed the 54 patients. This was also part of the March 2016 court. On there, it listed all the patients, included their disorders, their medication. It was a table of information, and that was the information that was presented to us.
Yes, where do we get that list?
On Caseline, I'll get it for you. The list of patients, I've got it. Caseline, it's 18618.
618. Yeah, it's very faint, my lady. Oh, I know. It's very faint.
I can't read it myself.
I can't read it either. It's okay. Let's proceed, my lady. So it's okay. From
Don't
your...
you have a better copy? I'm just checking. Mr. Van Bergen?
It will definitely affect the court when analyzing this piece of document.
Yes,
Mr. Late, is it possible to try and get a better copy of this page?
My lady, I think Mr. Late will be in a better position than me.
Yes, but I'm just calling your name because in most instances you are the one who will say on this particular page there is a better copy.
You'll save us, eh?
Unfortunately,
yes. Not. Mr. Late, I don't know. Just see if you can get a. This is the document is labeled CC33. It's on page 18618. We can't read this.
It's I don't know whether the witness maybe have a copy for us because it's part of it's a annexure to her statement.
Yes, it's an annexure.
Maybe she's still got the original with her, and then we can maybe scan it in for better viewing.
Ms. Chambers, can you come to our assistance? Do you have a more eligible copy?
I'm going to have a look for you, my lady. That was a copy, that document was supplied to us. I'm going to find the source and see if I've got a better electronic copy for you.
Okay, all right. Will you then assist us, Ms. Bandelender and her team?
My lady, I'm going to propose that I'm left with very few questions, my lady, just to save time, which was wasted in the morning. I don't know whether it's good with other.
Can we just? Is it not possible just for you to finish all your questions and then so that we can then take the lunch break?
Thank you, madam.
You interjected me while I was requesting the section 27 representatives and legal representatives, and Ms. Bandelender to assist us to get hold of the document. Okay, thank you.
We'll do our best to assist.
Right, thank you. Mr. Sibera?
Thank you, my lady. Sorry, my lady, just to go to the paragraph, the bottom of paragraph 10. You are saying, needless to say, that the first patient died at Takalani. Do you know when did this patient pass on, unfortunately?
I'd have to refer to the actual date and the details. If I'm not mistaken, it happened during March.
Do you know when was the patient transferred to Takalani?
I don't have those exact details. No, we never got the specifics on what date patients moved. We never got that schedule.
Dr. Manamela advises me that a patient by the name of Maria Petla was transferred to Takalani on the 23rd of March 2016. Maria Petla.
Does she have all those details? Is she aware of those?
I'm putting it to the witness, my lady.
Okay, is she aware of?
Are you aware of that?
She doesn't even have personal knowledge of this.
Yes. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of the exact date that she moved, no. We only got notification from the family member when their loved one had passed away.
Okay. Let me just avoid like ambushing you. When in your paragraph 11, this is going to be the summing up of my sorry before I go there, my apology, my sincere apology. I've noted in page 37,541.
Can we just say 37? What? This thousands we are getting confused more and more.
37541 case line. That is the evidence. 3751.
That is
evidence on the 19th of July 2021.
Yes.
Let's go to the bottom of paragraph 20
of the page.
Yes, that is where it starts, my lady, Ms. Chambers. This way,
is it line 20 or paragraph 20?
Line 20, my apologies. Line 20, my lady. 20 from page line 22.
Okay, that's fine.
My lady.
Yes.
I beg your pardon. Sorry to interrupt you and my learned friend. I heard the page number 37. I'm not sure of the last three numbers.
37541, Miss Siboko, please.
Thank you.
The holidays are gone, my dear. 37541. Is that fine?
That's fine. From line 22.
Mr. Sibara, I'm there.
If we can take it from line 22, Ms. Chambers. These were patients that were doing well in the facilities and surviving and thriving. And once being moved to NGOs, they could not take care of them.
That could not take care of them. They staffed.
They relapsed, they had seizures, they died of dehydration. Where did you get this information that patients died of dehydration?
Initially, from the information that had came out from the autopsy and the reports that had gone to public, even from the family members who their loved ones had gone for the proper autopsies and the reports, and that's what was on their death certificates.
Can you assist us and show us on record, if you remember, which patient died of dehydration as recorded as the cause of death?
I don't have that information.
So you only got it from family members?
Yes, and from what was on public record that we know of now.
So you did not verify it cross-reference with postmortem reports?
I didn't have access to those, no.
Let's go to paragraph 11, which I studied it in the morning in reference to the question by Advocate Late. You had not answered that question yet. I'll start from the top of
which page now?
Page 352 of Exhibit B.
Back to her statement.
Yes, my lady. That is surely going to be my final head.
Okay. Paragraph?
That's paragraph 11, my lady.
Yes.
I'm going to line number 3, my lady. Moreover, SADC did not anticipate that the MHCUs will demise or suffer as they did, but the serious concern was raised that the patient would not get proper care, and there were serious risks. From the reading of your statement, Ms. Chambers, at the time of termination of contract, SADC did not anticipate that people will die. Is that correct?
Yes.
SADC did not foresee that people would die. Is that correct?
Yes.
Advocate Late, during his clarification questions to you, which is on page 37539, case line 37539. 37539. Zoomed into paragraph 11 of your statement, and you wanted clarity. I'm not going to repeat what he asked, but he referred to it as a pertinent question that surely even the department did not foresee or anticipate that the mental health care users would die. Are you there?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Sparrow. Yes, I am there.
At the time of termination, can you tell this court if the department which looked after these patients for over a period of 30 years under Esidimeni had anticipated that they would die?
At the time of the contract, no.
At the time of the
termination of the contract, no one had anticipated that anyone would die. I think as we went through more and more with the reports and the feedback that we were getting from family members who were visiting their patients and the serious issues that were raised, then our concerns were even more serious. And then our fear was even more serious.
I think
so initially at the contract termination, no one anticipated this kind of outcome or this result. But as we got more information leading into these movements, that's when there were serious concerns that were raised.
Do you have information of how many NGOs received patients from Esidimeni?
I'd have to refer to the list of NGOs that were given to us. I think there must have been 13 or 14 NGOs. I can't remember. I'd have to look through the list.
I think I thought maybe the answer would be a yes or no.
Can you repeat the question?
Do you have information of how many NGOs received patients from Esidimeni after the contract was terminated? That is from the period of May up to the end of June 2016.
So I can't give a yes or no answer because patients were not just moved to NGOs. From the list that we received, that's what I could tell you on which NGOs received patients.
And further there, do you have information if there were casualties in all the NGOs where the patients were transferred to after the termination?
We do have information of which patients died at which NGOs.
So will I be correct that not all patients passed away as a result of the transfer, were transferred to other NGOs? Is that correct?
Sorry, can you reframe that?
Not all patients, or if I can just put it in this fashion, there were NGOs which received patients as a result of the contract terminations and no patient died. Do you have that information? That is my instructions I get from Dr. Manamela.
I probably have to go through the list, but there was probably some NGOs that had no patients that died. That's correct.
Okay.
So not every NGO had casualties or fatalities.
Yes, yeah, fatalities, yes. Okay.
So we are aware that there is a specific list, and this has also been very public from the ombuds and the arbitration, as well as to which were the key NGOs that had the most number of deaths in a short period of time. That's correct.
And there's evidence before this court that there were patients who unfortunately died at CSRC. Did you get that information, which is a government institution?
Could you just elaborate? CRC is the Cullinan
Care and Rehabilitation Center, yes.
Yes. As far as we know, yes, there were recorded deaths there as well. But that they run as an NPO, yes.
And there's evidence on record before this court that there were NPOs operating at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center who received patients. And again, there were patients who were transferred from Life Esidimeni straight to Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, not to NPOs.
There were some that had gone there, that's correct, yes.
And there were some who passed on whilst under the care, direct care of Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. Did you get that information?
If that's part of the evidence, then yes. As part of the list, yes.
Already, I have no further questions for the witness. Thanks, Ms. Chambers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I don't know. We're going to take the lunch adjournment now. And I think Mr. Van Bergen, I don't know whether you'll have questions to this witness on the basis of the questions and whether the evidence leader or the representative, Ms. Bandelenda. So at this stage, let's take the lunch adjournment. We will resume at, let's resume at 2:10.
That's it, please, the court, Madam.
Okay, thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
The witness is warned. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
now, I don't know whether the witness is warned that she's still under oath. I don't know whether Mr. Van Bergen would like to go first.
Thank you, my lady. I would have preferred to do so. I'm unfortunately still awaiting confirmation of instructions. So if someone else can perhaps proceed in the meantime, I'll appreciate it.
I don't know whether we'll have other people, because that will be only Miss, I thought, and unless the evidence leader wants to ask questions. Remember, this is just a recalling of the witness, and everybody had their turn, unless if there are issues that came out from this evidence.
I have no questions to do with this matter.
Am I correct to say that, isn't it, this witness was just recalled for the sake of Mr. Sibara, apparently everyone else except Mr. Pichela, but what I understood from this evidence, this was just an objective witness whose evidence doesn't implicate any of the NGOs.
That's correct, my
lady. Okay. So, Mr. Van Bergen, would you like us to, what are you saying? Would you like us to agenda the proceedings for you to get instructions? Because I don't think Ms. Bandelender will be in a position to proceed now, unless if we can hear it from her. But before that, I saw Mr. Pichela wanted to say something. Yes. And the other thing, if I may, I saw I've noted you, Mr. Martin. I saw Miss Ethel Ngube joining the meeting in the morning, but I just didn't want to interrupt our proceedings. If I can just find out from her. Before I do that, I haven't seen Miss Kekana. I don't know whether you managed to get hold of her or what is the situation, Mr. Late?
My lady, before Mr. Late answers, may I just go off camera and mute just to see if I can get the instructions?
You may do so in the meantime.
As your ladyship, please.
Thank you.
As the court, please, my lady.
I've noted you, Mr. Profi. Yes.
I did send a message to Nelly that we couldn't
Emily,
get hold.
I think she's Emily Kekana, Miss Emily.
Yeah, no, I sent a message to your clerk.
Oh, Nelly. So.
Yes, that we couldn't get hold of her. The phone stays on voicemail.
Up to now, it's still going on. She didn't send me the message. I haven't seen anything.
No, I sent it this morning.
Maybe she sent me an email, but I haven't opened my emails.
My lady, may I just make a comment about further examination of this witness?
Yes.
This witness has been thoroughly cross-examined by all the parties.
Correct.
And she has been brought back for cross-examination by Mr. Sibara. And I submit that nothing has come from her evidence today that has not been, that is not on the statements that was available to everybody when this witness testified. I don't think it's necessary for her to be cross-examined by any person further, because that just means getting a second bite of the apple after the previous cross-examination has been finalized.
Okay, I hear that. But I'll just hear Mr. Van Bergen and Ms. Bandelender if they have a few questions, but that will be confined to that very paragraph that Mr. Sibara referred to. Insofar as there was a name of Mr. Mukajwa. If there is anything, if there is none, then that is fine. Let us give him the opportunity, Mr. Van Bergen, to confirm his instructions, and then if ever he wants to cross-examine. And I haven't checked with Ms. Bandeleder whether she's prepared to ask questions. But I understand what you're saying, Mr. Late.
That email of Dr. Makachwa is on record. It is part of the record of the arbitration. So it was already on record. It's not new evidence.
Okay.
This court.
All right. Can I hear? I saw there was a. Miss Nube, is she available? Because I saw her joining the meeting. Miss Nube, are you there? These people of coming and going in these meetings and coming to tell us that they had problems. I mean, this is going to prolong these proceedings unnecessarily, because we have to know as to what is she deciding to do at this stage. Mr. Pichela, will you assist us in getting hold of Ms. Nube? Because she can't keep on coming to the proceedings as she sees fit. I don't know. Mr. Pichela?
Your leadership, please.
Am I correct to say I saw her joining in the morning? Just long after we had discussed the matter. Yes, I
didn't
saw
notice
her joining. Yes. So you haven't had any encounter with her this morning, ne?
We did speak in the office.
Yes.
She was here. Yes.
Judge, it's nearly
Can I hear Nelisiwe?
Judge, it's nearly I can confirm that she was here this morning, Judge.
Yes.
But however, she did send an email saying that she's in and out of the proceedings, but she'll follow on YouTube as well, Judge.
That's not what I want. She was supposed to be here. That's what I said. She can't do as she pleases. So she must be told that she must be part of these proceedings. Tomorrow I want to hear her, because this is prolonging our proceedings. Okay, I saw there was a hand. I don't know whether Mr. Pichela wanted to say something before I go to Mr. Pina.
Yes, my lady. We do have a couple of questions, but they're just for clarity's sake, because we were also not part of the initial group that was able to cross-examine. And
but you must remember that I don't know on what basis would you want that information, because remember, this is a witness who doesn't implicate any of the NGOs. So I don't know which questions would you have. I can understand that you are not part of these proceedings when the matter started.
My lady, as a starting point, there are certain minutes of meetings that seem to coincide with the dates that appear on this witness's statement. We wanted to confirm with her whether those minutes are indeed or of recording of the meetings in which she was also present. On the second aspect, we want
to deal with what will be the relevance of that? Taking into how will that relate to your clients, and what clarification do you need? Because this witness is
the overall scope of our defense.
Come again?
Our defense. It relates to the overall scope of our defense in this matter. If I may call it a defense as such, it basically informs the theme of our case. Because certain information that she's able to give forward to this honorable
Is it
court,
necessary to excuse the witness for now? As you okay. Huh? No. There's no need, because I see Mr. Late is nodding his head. Okay, continue.
Yes, my lady.
I still don't understand what you are saying. Otherwise, we are just going to prolong these proceedings unnecessarily. Mr. Late, do you want to respond to what Mr. Pichela wants to say? Okay.
Yes,
before you respond, I think he wants to finish. Let him finish what he was saying. I still don't get what you are saying, Mr. Pichela.
Look, if your ladyship does not have an issue with that, then it's fine. You can let this witness go.
No, let me hear Mr. Late.
We don't really have an issue with that. Hence, I was saying what we needed to do was to confirm certain minutes of meetings that were.
You are not audible
your
enough.
ladyship is
You
well
are not
aware
going,
that.
just a second. You are not going to be well captured.
My lady, as I was saying, this witness has been included from the beginning, starting from when decisions were communicated, starting from the concerns that were noted, and also at the end where a case was brought before court, and the outcome thereof is still unknown to us, although she has indicated that it was dismissed on a technicality. So to us, it forms the entire basis upon which my client's cases are hinging on.
Which is?
Because it's a question of determining
which is?
Decisions. There is a pyramid of decisions here. Decisions came from top to bottom, and we want to know and understand if there was ever an opportunity for any interventions to be made, and who would have been responsible for that. If your ladyship doesn't feel that,
can I hear Mr. Late? And
I have to let it go.
If I can pick up Mr. Late and one or two persons who want to say something, then I hear you and then I rule on the matter. Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. The evidence regarding the decision making has been brought before this court by numerous witnesses, as well as the outcome of the court cases and the evidence in the court cases that the witness referred to is part of the record. It's not necessary for her to testify about it because it forms part of the arbitration record and also part of the statements that the witness testified about. I don't think that, and also Ms. Priscilla refers to minutes of meetings. The people present at the minutes of the meetings are recorded on those minutes, as well as the contents thereof. It's not necessary to confirm the contents of minutes of a meeting with this witness. It does form part of this case record up till now, mate.
Thank you. Ms. Bandelender.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, in addition to what Mr. Late has just explained, could I just ask that we just remember in whatever cross-examination happens with this witness that she must really only be asked about what's within her knowledge. What we saw earlier today was straying of questioning and asking for opinion and interpretation of things that really are not within her personal knowledge. So that's all I would ask, my lady.
Thank you. I saw there was a hand, Mr. Pinar, you wanted to say something?
May it please the court, my lady, just a correction. There was a statement by my learned friend, Mr. Late, that everybody's cross-examined Ms. Chalmers. I only came on record subsequent to her evidence initially, my lady, but for the sake of clarity, we do not have any questions for Ms. Chambers.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Can I hear you now, Mr. Pitlela? You still, what are you saying, Mr. Gert, in reply to?
Look, I'll still persist with the fact that we would like clarity in certain respects. But if that issue is not going to render any assistance to the court, then obviously it's just an exercise in futility.
Yes.
So we're not going to waste our time on that aspect.
Yes, I think I see it in that line because the evidence is already on record. Thank you very much. I saw Miss Ethel Ngube. She was just right here. Miss Ngube?
Judge, I'm here. Yeah. Hello.
There is a sound in your background. I don't know whether it's a radio or what. It's some music.
No, I'm on my way home. I'm in a taxi. And I would like to confirm that
You
I
are on
will
your
be,
way home. Are you not part of these proceedings, Ms. Ngube?
I am on the phone from the morning, Judge. Since I left the legal
When
aid.
we were looking for you, you were not there, Ms. Ngube. And I hear that you said you will also watch on YouTube. And I don't want to be arguing with you about all these things. What I want to know is that we hear today that your advocate or your attorneys have withdrawn as your attorneys of record. So we just want to know what your intentions are, because this is now for the second time. So I don't even want to delve into the reasons for that, because I don't know what you are doing. I don't even want to be part of your conversation with your advocate. But as of now, I just want you to know that this pattern of doing things from your side delayed the proceedings.
If I can just propose that maybe she be given time to respond more. I don't think she's in a public space, and the court can be seen in the background. Can I propose that she log tomorrow morning?
Mr. Sibara, can we just yes? Where are you, Miss Ngube?
She's inside the taxi.
I'm in a taxi, Judge.
So we can't talk to you. Why we can't talk to you while you are in the taxi? Can you join the proceedings in the morning?
I will be. Yes, I will be joining, and I have sent the.
Okay, thank you very much. You just drop that. Can you switch your connection off, Ms. Ngube? I was not even, some of the things I didn't even hear from her. Ms. Ngube, can you please leave the meeting? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Silbera. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I see Mr. Profi also wishes to address your ladyship.
Yes,
Perhaps
can I start with him first? Mr. Profi? Where is he now? Mr. Profi, we're waiting for you.
Now?
Yes.
My lady, it seems to be slow on my end in terms of changing.
Maybe that's why I even forgot about you. I saw there was an intention to say something. Suddenly you just disappeared. Yes, you may proceed.
It's very slow on my side, so I'll just try to keep it as brief as possible before I freeze again. My lady, it's in connection with the cross-examination of this witness that Dr. Sikukuna, on behalf of Takalani, she has advised me at the conclusion of her evidence that there's a version.
You seem to have frozen now.
My lady, I think he's now muted.
Yes, yes, you are muted.
Can't hear you.
It's not only the you being muted. It appears is also something is wrong. Mr. Profi, can you hear us? Let him just leave the meeting and rejoin. You seem to be having serious problems, Mr. Profi.
My lady, I'm not sure if he's even hearing us at all. We can't hear him, but he's not reacting at all to anything that you say, so I think he might have frozen completely.
I can just see him being around, moving, the face moving around, but that's why I said he seems to be frozen. Can somebody alert him? And Mr. Martin, thank you very much. I remember that you also wanted to say something. But let's hear first Mr. Profi.
Can my lady hear me now?
Yes, much better.
May I proceed without my video, just
yes,
so
just
that we
proceed,
don't
Mr.
freeze
Profi.
again?
Yes.
I'm not sure where I had cut off on the previous platform, but I was merely advising that Dr. Sukukuna, in behalf of Takalani, quite in Mr. Sabara's examination of the witness, Takalani had come up quite a number of times, and the doctor had advised that there is a version, she has a different version to what the current witness has put before the court. So I think it's imperative that I get the opportunity to fully consult with her and put that version to the witness.
Oh, remember what the witness has testified is that she was informed. Right?
Correct, my lady.
Do you hear me, Mr. Profi? Yes. So the evidence that is on record regarding the... Yes? Can you hear me?
I can, my lady.
Yes.
The evidence.
Yes. What I'm saying is that there is evidence that is being said regarding the NGOs, which include also Takalani. So that is what the... Dr. Sikukun or Takanani and Museo can deal with. If that is with reference to today's evidence, unless you are referring to certain things that are on the statement. But I don't know. Correct. Because there is no evidence in this from the statement of the witness that implicates any of the NGOs. Am I correct, Mr. Late?
You are correct, my lady. And furthermore, the evidence of Ms. Chambers regarding Takalani is what she had heard. So yes. It's not something that or any version that is put to her by Dr. Sikukune would be she would not be able to answer to, because it's all that she heard. She doesn't have first-hand knowledge.
That is what I said just now. To say that everything that she's saying today, in particular, and in the statement, is that it's what she says. She got information from other people.
So my lady, sorry if I may just
Mr. Sibara, please, just a second. Let's deal with this, Mr. Profi.
Correct, my lady. My issue is that in paragraph 10 of a statement, she does refer to Takalani and has given evidence in respect of Takalani. And so then I think it's imperative that Dr. Sukuna put her version in respect of what actually happened at Takalani.
Please, my lady, that's what I said. She cannot answer to any version that is put to her because she testifies about what she had heard. It's of no use to put Dr. Sikukune's version to this witness. Dr. Sikukune's version can be put to the witnesses that will testify about what exactly happened at Takalani, and that will be Dr. Manamela and so forth.
May I just briefly ask for the witness to be excused?
Can the witness step aside?
Will do, my lady. Thank you.
I'm just looking at the statement. Yes, and let me hear you, Mr. Profi. I don't know whether that will add something because, all right, continue.
It mainly, my lady, pertains to the fact that the witness has testified that these 55 adult mental health care users were transferred to Takalani, and it is Dr. Sikukuna's version that that is not what happened. So
but you are missing a point. What did we gather from this paragraph in particular? The witness says confirmation was received from the hospital manager at Life Esidimeni that there was an increase in the discharge of mental health care users during March 2016 and it was not normal proceedings. The instruction, all this, I take it, and from the cross-examination by Mr. Sibara, the witness kept on saying that this is the information that they received as SADC, right? So to say this information, it's not directly, the witness didn't have personal knowledge of this information, as I understand it. So if that is the case, those are the issues that can be resolved when people who will testify about Takalani, right, who have got personal knowledge of what was happening there, right, will testify about them. Unless there are other things.
The only way we'll know those other things if we've given the opportunity to put Dr. Sikukuna's version to the witness to see if,
when you have that opportunity, yes.
Is my lady saying that to a different witness and not Ms. Chambers?
Okay. What are you saying now?
I'm saying that if I understand correctly, my lady saying that it's the version should be put to a different witness to answer to that and not Ms. Chambers.
Yes, because what I'm saying, her testimony is that she was informed. So she doesn't have personal knowledge of the things that she has been saying about Takalani. That's what exactly Mr. Late is saying. And this is what I also told Mr. Sibara. That is why when he raised his hand, I just said, please, Mr. Sibara, leave us to deal with this, because I don't want him to be raising the issues that he raised in the morning. Otherwise, we're going to spend more hours dealing with the same thing that we have, the same things that we have dealt with in the morning. So is that only your concern here with regard to Takalani? Because that's where it has been mentioned here.
Correct, madam.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I have endeavored to get my instructions expedited. I've been unable to do so. Your ladyship will recall with respect that Dr. Mkachwa has for quite some time now not been with Life Esidimeni. He is now elsewhere. He is not an employee. He cannot be contacted readily. And despite efforts to communicate with him, my instructing attorney has not been able to get hold of him. I need to get his instructions, his formal instructions, on the version given by Ms. Chambers that he had been the source of her evidence that Dr. Manamela had personally identified 55 mental health care users for transfer from Randfontein. I don't anticipate at this hour, I can't even hazard a guess as to when we will hear from Dr. Mkachwa, my lady, and in the circumstances, I would request that the matter stand down until tomorrow morning. It is now 10 to 3. I realize that considerable time has already been lost today, but unfortunately, this is information or evidence that I could not have anticipated, and I'm not in a position to deal with it. Okay. As your ladyship pleases.
Mr. Late, do you want to say something?
Yes, my lady, I'm stand to be corrected, but I don't remember that the witness testified that Dr. Mkachwa had told them that Dr. Manamela personally chose the 54 people. She only referred to an email that they received from him where he sets out that 54 people will be transferred to Takalani. And that was information that already was at the disposal of all the counsel that cross-examined this witness when she testified. It's not something new. I don't know what kind of questions Mr. van Bergen wants to ask this witness, because she says that she only referred the court to the email.
Yes.
She only referred the court to the email that she received, and that email is on record. I don't know what further questions is necessary.
Okay.
Sorry for my interposition earlier. I wanted to ask the court to excuse the witness. I didn't want to participate. But just to clarify, Mr. Late, the witness testified that Mr. Mukachwa called her. It was in a telephone conversation. Just to assist them.
Initially, she spoke about an email, and then as you were asking her questions, she mentioned a telephone conversation.
Yeah, Mr. van Bergen is right, my lady. I remember that.
As I said, I stand to be corrected, my lady.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Bergen, do you want to say something before I close the matter?
Yes, my lady, Mr. Sibara's recollection is correct with respect. The evidence was that, and this is from our notes, she testified that from our information, she, referring to Dr. Manamela, had gone to Life Esidimeni to select patients. And she then said she had got that from the hospital manager at Life Esidimeni, and she then identified that person as Dr. Mkachwa. My lady, there was reference to an email. There was also subsequent reference to a telephone call.
Yes,
correct. And I need to get Dr. Mkachwa's instructions on.
I don't want to prolong this. I've also indicated when Mr. Sibara clarified it. I also indicated that there was an issue of an email. Then subsequently there was an issue of a telephone conversation. So. What is the time now? It's almost 3 o'clock. What we can, is the witness still available tomorrow? I think what I heard is that she was available for 2 days. Am I correct, Mr. Late?
Before Mr. Late comes, to our knowledge, she is available tomorrow.
Okay. Can we then adjourn the proceedings until?
I just want to inform the court and as well as all my colleagues that I also arranged for another witness for tomorrow, and that is Ms. Ndlovu. Daphne Ndlovu.
Oh,
Will also start testifying tomorrow.
Okay, we can just agree on the times tomorrow. Then.
My lady, my apologies. If I may, just to assist the court and the evidence leader, I don't anticipate that my questioning will be lengthy. It depends, of course, also on the answers that are received, but I would hope to conclude within half an hour.
I also don't anticipate that you will be long, because her part of this evidence, remember she had already testified, and you only want to clarify this point mainly. All right. The proceedings are therefore adjourned until tomorrow morning, the 20th of April. The witness is want to be at court at 10 o'clock when we start with the proceedings. You're still under oath. You need not discuss your evidence with anybody else. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm indebted to your ladyship, as your ladyship pleases.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Pleases your ladyship.